Shoot me down. Motherfucker!
Fucker.
You're the fucker. You goddamn son of a bitch. I know I'm Harris. I am Nixter. My dad has legitimately called me that. Hi, Amizu. Maddie still has never looted the body. Maddie, you're really bad at this. Hi, Tommy, you get a point. Yeah, you're really bad. Ugh. Thank you, Maddie. Welcome in. Yeah, thank God nothing really controversial has happened in the last couple. It's nice to have some nice, slow political times in these weird times we've been having, you know? It's so nice that we could just have a few days where nothing awful has happened. No, you can't leave, Maddie. You're stuck here forever. You know the rules. It's so nice that nothing crazy, you know, has happened. And we could all just take a break. So wonderful. I have no idea what you're talking about, Carlos. What's ominous about that? Of course, Tommy, you may. You may, Tommy. Thank you for asking. Put it in the share your work. Put it in the share your work, though. Okay, Tommy? K-Lan. 5, huh? 5-bagger. 3-bagger from Tommy. Absolutely not, Maddie. But boy, is that joke a real rib tickler. A real rib tickler.
Move this man!
Don't you boo me. Not today, not ever. I swear, Kaylan. I swear.
Move this man!
What'd I just say? You do that like 5 or 6 more times, I'm gonna start to get angry. Oh, I didn't grab my paper mache. I let him show up.
This man!
Oh, fuck you, Maddie.
Move this man!
Oh, I might.
Move this man!
Oh my God! Who just did that? Kayla. And you do a murder? Who wants to see my paper mache? I was gonna bring this over. So I'm making a devil. So I created this base and paper mache'd it yesterday. And then I formed this nose and I just nailed it in there, and I'm gonna paper mache over that. I'm also gonna add some teeth, like coming up, like on the bottom of like this jaw I created. Teeth coming up there. And I might do something for the brow ridge and underneath the eyes, but I'm not sure yet. I might just do that with paint. It has to be smoothed out a little bit too. But this was using paper towels and the packaging paper I got from Amazon packages. But it seems pretty good. Obviously I'm gonna paint it, you know, once it's formed. But I got this nose in here. And I got the workings of the head. That's been taking longer than expected because I had to do it in halves. The balloon didn't work, everybody. The balloon didn't work. The balloon failed. So I had to result in doing it in halves and throw out my first attempt. Failure? Well, you know what happened, Maddie? Is, you know, it's like very cold in my place. So, you know, I blew the balloon up and my, you know, the air that I blow in is warm. So it was like at max inflation. But then as it got colder and colder, it got small until it got to about like a third of its size. While like the paper mache was drying. Because also since the paper mache wet, it made it even colder from other stuff. So then the balloon got like really small and like, you know, I had to throw it out. So then I just used my stand mixer bowl. The inside of it I used to do a half, but I had to let it dry in there. So then I did the second half last night, and I'm going to join them to make a sphere. But I should also probably put some stuff on the inside so it doesn't fully collapse in on itself. I think my next idea for a painting is going to be very fun. I have some fun ideas. I do know how a balloon works on Mizu. Do you know Pivnert? Do you know the concept of pervnert, as some people pronounce it? PV equals nRT. Do you want me to tell you what it is, Manny? Or does anyone want to know what the next painting idea is? You absolutely are, Omizu. You absolutely are. So, as you could see here, I have this mannequin that's red. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do something reminiscent of like a Faustian Victorian play where my skeleton in costume is going to be shaking hands with this mannequin with this devil head. Son of a bitch, Salt, I'm explaining something. But in the background, I'm going to use like red, orange, and yellow streamers on top of box fans. So like the box fans pointing up and blowing them. Part of it is, Maddie, but you know, it's being covered by clothes and shadows. But so I'm going to have like floating streamers. And I'm going to put lights on them. I also might put more reflective stuff in the fire as well. So I'm going to emulate kind of like a corny play fire. And the background's going to be red. And my mannequin and my skeleton are going to be shaking hands. And I might throw in an extra tiny hand for my skeleton. So No, PV equals nRT is a thermodynamics law that pressure times volume is equal to the two constants, N and R, or N is the number of molecules, I think, or density of it. R is a constant and T is temperature. So what that means is that if you have a volume of gas and you lower the volume and keep the same pressure, the temperature, for example, if you have the same volume and lower pressure, the temperature would have to go down with it because it has to balance out, right? But if you raise the pressure and kept volume the same, you'd also have to raise the temperature. But likewise, if the temperature lowers, that means pressure decreases. In the case of gas, it would cause the balloon to shrink. Shut up, Salt! I have great interests. I have great interests. Shut up, Mud! Just because I was explaining the Pervner principle. Mud, you see the paper mache? I'm getting all elementary school up in here. I'm adding teeth to the bottom jaw that come up here, and I might add brow ridge and like the cheekbones. I might add a little bit of a bump there. I'm not sure yet, but I gotta do another layer on this to cover up the nose and make that seem. I had to nail the nose in there, if you could see. See that? I put nails on both sides to keep that nose in there. But yeah. This is probably going to be for the next painting. I got to paint this thing too. I probably have to do this second layer tonight then if I want to use this for my next painting. You know what was in my head, Maddie? I had two images in my head. I had the robot devil from Futurama. Yeah, no, I'll use acrylics to paint it. I just gotta, I'm gonna spray paint it, then acrylic details on it. I'm probably gonna spray paint this red, and then probably throw in black for like eyebrows. I thought so. Like that. But you know, it takes time for the paper mache to dry. So like this dried pretty fast, but I don't know if another layer would take longer to dry. Oh, you know that's not true, Drez. You know that's not true. I don't know why you're denying reality. What are you, a Republican all of a sudden? Oh, cool. I would love to get a wooden mannequin, Tommy. Shut up, Fox Girl. I didn't know we were just denying reality all of a sudden. I didn't know that's something we could do. All right, gotta start getting paints out. I have never once denied reality, and I've never told a lie. Deny this. Oh my god. Oh my god, where's your wheelbarrow at? How's your back? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. How else are we supposed to cope with being trapped here? By painting with oils and getting better, Fox Girl. By getting better at painting with oils. So I updated the wigs, everybody. I updated the lighting placement, and I added the tie from last one. So we got some changes. I'm not... The head placement probably moved a little bit. Obviously, with the lighting, I'll make it feel like the light placement changed a lot. But I just have to read it. It's so nice that we've had a nice, quiet couple days of politics. You know, it was making, you know, that Venezuela thing was really making me anxious. I'm so glad that nothing else has happened in the slightest that would make me even more uncomfortable with the current political state. You know? You know, we could just take a few days to just appreciate that. That nothing else has happened. Yeah, everything has just been fine. You know, it's nice to have those little wins every once in a while. You know? You know, just getting a few days off and not worrying about the world ending. You know, and the ineptness of our political parties. Just wonderful. It's so great. Mud, you know that's impossible for me. You know that's impossible for me. Your whole personality for the next 15 days. It kind of will be, but I've also been really gung-ho about my paintings. So, there's it also, Mud, this weekend is my favorite weekend of the year. Sorry, second favorite weekend of the year. Because does anyone know what's going on this weekend? Yep. So not only do we have sumo, but we also have the first week of NFL playoffs, which is the most fun week of football of the year. And we have sumo starting, so it's like it's a double whammy. We have college football tonight and tomorrow, and then Saturday we have NFL, and Sunday and Monday we have NFL. Probably not, Mud. Probably not. So thank God there's nothing crazy politically going on to distract me from these things. Well, here's the thing, Salt. I am a Packers fan, and the Packers are injured to all hell, and we're facing the Bears in the first round. So I'm actually prepared to be disappointed with my team's results. So I prepared lots of, walls that I could just punch throughout the game. Because since I'm a man, I can't really control my emotions, as you know. I'm incapable of controlling my emotions without violence. So I bought a lot of drywall. That's true. But I did get a lot of Pabst Blue Ribbon, Salt. So Pabst Blue Ribbon and drywall, I should be fine with my coping mechanisms. Maybe I'll get some Schlitz as well. But I just enjoy watching football, though. In general. So. And I'll say this. I don't like the Bears, but a lot of my friends and family are Bears fans, so it's not, it's okay for them to be happy every once in a while. At my expense. And Wisconsinites. I was gonna put some ivory black down too for the background.
Son of a bitch!
Son of a bitch! Why are you pissed off, Maddie? Maddie's team made the playoffs too. Maddie's team made the playoffs, everybody. Yep, that's why Maddie's been in such a good mood recently. Maddie's a big Aaron Rodgers fan. Big Aaron Rodgers fan. I know, Maddie. Let me grab some ivory black as well. I know, Maddie. I mean, considering all the, you know, how often we talk, you know, we DM each other about football. I mean, you message me almost daily about football news. You're probably the biggest NFL fan I've ever met. Okay. I know. That's why you always play that Sinead O'Connor song whenever you watch. Okay. Nothing compared. Nothing compared to you. All right, everybody. Our palette is for today: titanium white, lead white, bismuth vanadate yellow, lemon, pyrrole red, quinacridone magenta, ultramarine blue, phthalo blue, point umber, and I'm using ivory black because there's a lot of black in the background. Actually, there isn't a lot of black in the background. Why'd I do that? Maddie! Why'd I forget that the green is now more apparent in my background? Why'd you have me do this? Damn it! Since I changed the lighting, I could see the background a lot more. This is bullshit. I'll never forget this, Maddie. Well, we have ivory black out there that I don't really have a good reason to use anymore. I actually probably should put out more ultramarine. I mean, not ultramarine, phthalo blue. We'll see. I could add a lot more filler, though, to that. I'll be fine. Okay. Are you ready to begin, everybody? The fake balls, because it's not real football? Disagree. Nope, nope. You still have to stay in here for probably about 8 to 10 more hours, so. You probably got another 8 to 10 hours in here. Nothing compares. Nothing compares to you. Yeah, right. No, Maddie, you're stuck in here. You're stuck in here. Son of a bitch! Garg! Hi, Garg. How are you? I was gonna tell you something, Garg. What was that? Gearg. I don't remember. Okay, so I'm not in the front. Okay, all right. Okay. All right, I guess I'm just nobody's friend. I see how it is. Oh, so we can't be friends because of that? You're telling me we can't be friends because of that? What about the Rice Krispies and Vietnamese coffee? And side dishes? And fried rice? And other things I want to cook. Okay. I guess it's just transactional. I'm all alone. There's no one here beside me. So the hair comes a lot deeper down now. With this wig. Could I move that to hide it a little bit more? All I know is I'm gonna make waffles. Do we want the hair to come down that far? Is that the issue I have with that? Let me go look up some pictures of Satan really quickly. I just realized it as I was looking at it. Yeah, his sides are a lot less voluminous than this. Let me move, hi, Silvergrames. Yeah. Hi, Odorous. Let me, move the wig around a little bit. But it is supposed to be kind of like a caricature. That might be better. Like, I don't know how well you'll be able to see that. But I think that would be better. Yeah, we'll roll with that. Okay. So let's do that. Let's do that first. So what's interesting about this new lighting now is I got like a sharp line on the jaw. And the jaw kind of comes down in more of an angle now. So like, it comes down to here. Because I gotta reshape things. Okay. Bring out you. And let's... Oh, I just didn't switch hands. Or should I... Let's do this. I guess I can't use black here. Hi, Manuel. Hi, Pickles. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of seeing. We got the shadow right here that I need to... Now, with the lighting different, I can add... I think I need to go in the green on that shadow. Could probably be darker than what I just did. But so now the jaw shadow is a lot different. Which can go, I think it could be one of the darkest points. So let's just try straight black there for a smidgen, but I'll mix with what's on my brush. And that comes up a little bit. Maybe like a little bit right there. So this became a lot less like, this feels more angular now. Like upwards. Yeah. But then we need this like face shadow. So if like that's the nose, yeah, this shadow right here became a lot more pronounced. And then like there's a shadow right there. And then this comes, it's not as angular as what I saw. But then this changed a lot. Not creepy at all, everybody. Everybody would love to have this hanging in their foyer. As we all know, mud and salt were the winning bids on this painting already. They sent a secret bid of $620,000 after last stream, so they're going to be hanging this up in their foyer. I congratulate them. Oh, bathroom. Okay, all right. Easy mistake on my front. Okay. Interesting. The forehead got a lot bigger now too. Hi, Outernet. How are you? What the fuck it is? Oh, damn it. So that's very bright, but we'll fix that. We'll tone it down. Hi, this is Trump. No. This isn't Trump. This is our God Emperor, Richards. Time to pay up, Nick. You can try and find me, coppers. I'll be gone out of here like a fart in the wind once I'm done. I'll be out of here like a shit in the storm drain. Ronald Trump, maybe. Like a shit in the storm drain. It's like this, just like, it's like a straight line now that I'm seeing, like, I'm like that. We'll tone this down already. You say it like my form tutor would when I was in late on the phone. Very tired this week. So I don't know. I got like talked out of it. It was probably about 6 months ago. I got talked out of some of my ideas, and I'm not saying that like they're wrong, but now I'm like past the point of giving the fuck. No, don't apologize, Internet. Don't apologize. I'm tired of giving a fuck. Straight up. I hate everything that's going around. So I'm probably going to be doing like 5 to 10 Trump paintings. I got a lot planned out that are going to get more and more vulgar. The Piper wants a cheeseburger. Yeah, I'm just like, the best way I can say it is I'm fucking disgusted. It's giving me Miyagi, everything that's going on. And so I'm just gonna just do it. Why? Because of college football or... Oh, or Minnesota. No, Minnesota's not going to stop me. Yep, Silver, there's no other way to fucking say it. This is undoubtedly the worst I've felt about the country I live in. From all perspectives, the toxicity isn't even the wrong word. It's just like the compliance with all this bullshit is driving me up a fucking wall. And I'm done. I'm like, if you like support Trump, I'm going to shame you. If you support what's going on, I'm going to make fun of you. I'm going to be mean to you. I've truly stopped giving a fuck about any like pleasantries. And that's how it's going to be. Because fuck this. Yeah. Well, I mean, they've always been trying to not make it that way. Once they started denying the reality of once they start denying reality, right? Once they say that studies are made up or political just to feed their purposes, over and over again, that we're just talking to a fucking wall of their financial interests. And then over the course of years, but then like people have been ceding ground to it. Like, the Democrats ceding trans rights ground in the last election. Just bullshit like that. And I'm just so fucking done. It makes me want to burn this place to the ground and everybody inside of this condo unit right now. In this specific condo unit. Fuck. Oh, so it's really the nose that is too big. Okay. Thank you, Adam. So yeah, fuck everything, man. The nose moved around a little bit too. It's just really depressing, Maddie. So I'm tired of like the hand-holding bullshit. Yeah. I'm tired of like talking to these people and giving them the benefit of doubt that they're like, that they are children who are throwing a fucking tantrum for the past 20 years. I'm tired of people cosplaying like they're the fucking Joker. Goddamn Heath Ledger. Well, I mean, you know, that's not... Trump was literally fucking talking today about he wants to expand the military budget next year to $1.5 trillion. Literally said this. Think about that. But we can't afford public health care. Nope. Nope, that would be terrible. Oh, I remember, Salt. Well, it's the same thing with the hippies, Odorous. It's the same thing like the hippies just fucking turned into... I mean, they were always kind of like, usually like the hardcore hippies were also the rich babies too. Yeah, no, it's Maddie, it's just great. It's great. You know, make sure you send your thoughts and prayers to our God Emperor every night, everybody, okay? That's important. And who cares? You know, who cares that ICE murders people in the streets? You know, we'll just call a woman with a 6-year-old daughter a domestic terrorist. We'll run the vice president up there for a press conference today. Lie. And, yeah. Fuck it, everybody. Hi, Harper. No, we can't have that, Odorous. Children deserve to starve. Okay? Children deserve to starve. Oh, you're good, Outernet. Yeah, Twitch hype. Yep. We'll find a way. Yeah, it is Canada's fault. Me too, Omizu. Starve their brains out. Yeah, no, I mean, like, you know, that kid who had no choice on their on where they're born. You know, like, starving children is definitely not the worst thing, everybody. Right? There's, like, you know, there's plenty of things worse than starving children and killing mothers and, you know, invading our allies. you know, and like lying about global warming and getting rid of renewable energy initiatives and, you know, making sure older people can't, you know, buy food or have medical coverage for themselves. I mean, that's just great. But you know what? We should really be giving those those, you know, neo-Nazi militiamen, ICE agents bonuses. We should. Exactly. Shasta, you get it. You're one of the good ones. You know? Right? We like let's fill the ICE agency full of neo-Nazi militiamen, okay, and white supremacists. And you know, when they kill somebody because they're not trained, they don't meet any standards, they didn't do background checks, and they kill somebody, we'll just hide them. It's fine. Nobody will give a shit. Because they've earned it. That's true, Harper. That's true. Let's demonize Mexicans who, for whatever, because that's what works. That's what gets people out to vote. Why can't they just go eat cake? I mean, you know what though? So we have to admit though that buying soda on food stamps, that should disqualify food stamps in general. Okay, we can all agree on that. That because some people buy soda with food stamps, that means nobody should get it, right? You know, people who like, they might have to, drive 30 or 40 minutes to a place that sells vegetables, but if they buy that soda, I mean, that's why I keep on mentioning denying reality. I know, I find it ridiculous, Harper, to be honest with you, to try and regulate that. Yeah. Oh, of course. That's why we are the freest country in the world, Odorous. Well, it's not. I mean, like, because ultimately, though, it's like the reason why they propose this bullshit because they know it will destroy the program in itself. Because then they can claim there's fraud and abuse of whatever, like somebody buying a soda because it's actually like cheaper than a bottled water. Or whatever, just because they wanted it. Who gives a shit? Poor people can have things too. Well, of course, Omizu. Oh my god. I hate everything. Yes, I do. I love existing. So should you. Remember, everybody, existence is suffering. We can all agree, though, that this was Greenbag's fault. We can all agree that Greenbag did this. I'm not sure, Harper. Existence of suffering actually does come from an early philosopher. That's an early philosopher, I believe. Son of a bitch! Lizzie! Oh, fuck you. But remember, that's why this channel's... Don't you nerd me, CC. It is always Greenback's fault. New Zealand's a myth, Pickles. Same with Australia, because they are the same. Oh my... Who's shouting out green bastard? Who's doing it? Yeah, TDS, that came from, I think, an earlier philosopher who literally said that. Well, the person who's standing in the room, that is Greenbag. When you have a night terror, the person looking over you in your bed is Greenbag, everybody. Except better if, yeah, true. True. You might be right on that, Harper, but I want to say it might have been even like around the time of Twain. So yeah. So I have to reiterate, I'm so glad that nothing crazy in the world has happened in the past couple days. It's so nice to have that reprieve, okay? It's just so nice that we can have just a little reprieve every once in a while. Oh, nice, Shasta. The patches are good? Thank you for letting me know. The patches were worth getting? Jump scare. Ah! Oh my god! Several times, Sashi. Sounds Buddhist. Okay, good. That's really good. Thank you for that feedback, Shasta. I'm always curious because of with my stuff, it doesn't translate to photos the greatest. So I'm always kind of concerned that like people aren't getting like good translations of what I have. So that's why I don't do as much with print stuff as I have. Because I have serious concerns on the quality of how my paintings translate. So thank you, Shasta. And everybody, we're running a new... Wait, no. I can't point to it on bottom. Yeah, there we go. Running a new global investment fund drive for props. I'm looking to get 1, maybe 2 more skeletons. That's what that's for in the bottom. Maybe 2 skeletons. 2 more skeletons. Over the wheels. It could be Omizu, but I thought this was a Western philosophy saying. So if you find in your heart for just, I don't know, 50 really, oh no, it's probably less than that. For like 35 overpriced cups of coffee, you can help me buy multiple skeletons for props. For just 35 overpriced cups of coffee, everybody.
Wow, wow, wow.
Thank you, Young. Suck my, oh my god. Right, aren't like lattes at Starbucks now like $10? Oh wait, Garg, are you still there? No, that was too far out. It's that expensive now, TDS? Yeah. Thank you, Jan, by the way, for the sub. Thank you. Like, what does a macchiato go for at Starbucks nowadays? Well, you know, the Jupiterians deserved it. Jupertians definitely deserve it, Jan. You know that. $3.25. That seems surprisingly low, Richards. But I imagine that's what you... Or, oh, that's just 2 espresso shots. Okay. Hold on. That's not like with coffee or anything else added, right? The Great Red Spot had it coming true. And if you disagree with us, you're just commies. Obviously true. That's a grande. Okay, so that's a grande, not a venti. Pickles, what's a venti? Amizu, you're gonna have to. Do you want more skeletons in these paintings? 20. That sounds about right. Do you not want more skeletons in my paintings? You're gonna have to pay up. No, it's if you feel it in your hearts, but it's by no means expected. It's by no means expected. That is true, Amizu. Feel it in your farts. What are you, Galadriel? Alright. Can anyone imagine Galadriel in Lord of the Rings lore? Do elves fart? Yeah, I make my coffee at home. Same, Shasta. Do elves fart in the Lord of the Rings universe? Okay, so can we all imagine Galadriel just ripping a huge fart? That would be so funny. To see, like the finest of the elves, right? And just ripping like a horrendous fart would be so funny. I bet, Mud. Oh, is that how they do it, Odorous? Sharding? Yeah, Galadriel has like, excuse me, I have just sharded. That's actually why she wasn't at the Council of Elrond. But it reeks of wisteria. Yeah, but it smells amazing. Beautiful and terrible, except true. Well, I think that they could actually, like, elf farts would actually smell like in the lore, because elves are like perfect in every single way, that elf farts would have to smell good. What would elf farts smell like? I heard wisteria, maybe sandalwood. I mean, Liv Tyler was fucking, is fucking gorgeous. But what would Token say elf farts smelled like? So let's say Token had a fart fetish. Let's say he had a fart fetish. What would he say that elves' farts smell like? I don't think it would be soggy moss, Jetty Iwakara. Kura. Hi, Drew Holt. You came at the right time. I don't think they poop. I think elves. How do they just burn off all their calories, Richards? I never saw like an overweight elf or heard of one. And obesity was a thing in Lord of the Rings, especially with the dwarves. Lambus farts, yeah. I think, yeah, it'd be more frequent. Yeah, that's true. No, elves ate things. They ate stuff, Richards. They ate lembas bread. So you don't think it would smell good, Salt? You don't think they'd like have magically good feeling farts? True. Richards, they canonically they do eat. Elves do eat canonically. They're gonna be dusty. I have a feeling they'd smell like literally. If for anyone who remembers the book, elves could see like 30 times the distance of a man. They could walk on the top of snow. They were so like fleet-footed that they could just like walk on top of snow like nothing. Like they were magically enhanced beings, elves, in like every sort of the sense. Okay, so in that context, you would think that their farts would magically smell good. Feeling smart's true, Shasta. That's the next patch. Like elves could see like in like if because there's a conspiracy theory that Middle Earth was actually flat because of how far elves could see. Has anyone ever heard of this before? Canonically, elves could see so far away that if their world was curved, they would not be able to see that far. But then some people say, well, then it's like a magical ability that they could see that stuff and the world was curved. Talking about Lord of the Rings and what elf farts smell like. Elf farts smell like. Because I just had a thought of could you imagine Galadriel farting? Like, could you imagine Galadriel farting? Nope, Nordic, you're stuck. You have to contribute to this. You have to contribute to this. There's no way out. Nope, you're in this. You gotta think about their diet. But that's the thing. We don't have to think about their diet for anything. Like Legolas could outdrink a dwarf, and alcohol like barely affected them, right? Like they're like the best craftsmen. They're like they're magical in every sense of the word. So you're just saying you don't think they just fart at all. We have some people who believe that elves don't fart. Son of a bitch! Starcat alien thing. We have a really important discussion here.
Bitch!
Can fart, but do they? Like, the point being is they have canonically done things more magical than saying that elves just don't fart. Straight up. Okay, Nordic doesn't think they fart. What's your question, Starcat? If it doesn't break TOS, then you can ask it. So it could just be hidden the entire time on. Like, what if like the background chanting music, like the ethereal music, was just the sound of elf farts, and they're just constantly farting because of their high vegetable diets, high fiber and vegetable diets. Well, that's the thing. That's what we're arguing, Nordic. I would contend that there would be. I'd be shocked if Tolkien did with whatever Tolkien considered. I would not be surprised if he considered how elves farted. Yeah, just in the background. Like, you know that opening sentence, like, I could feel it in the air. And then you just hear, like, the shh. Just elf farts in the background of that narration. I mean, you're gonna have to send it to his estate. Please do, Nordic. I'd love for you to find out. Nordic, I would love for you to find out. Well, I mean, Starcat, there's like, you know, there's asymbiotic reproduction. Like, we have those types of weird like reproduction methods in our, like, with non-mythical creatures, right? But frankly, when somebody's watching like a movie and they see a unicorn, they don't want to see a big dick and balls hanging down from that unicorn. I mean, some people do, at least, I guess. Kind of discounting bronies. How you doing, PBJ? Well, they just don't put it on there. They just don't show it. Like, you know, Starcat, you know the Hulk? The Hulk gets a lot bigger. And there's no way that the pants that Bruce Banner would wear would not tear to shreds with the size he becomes out of the Hulk, and he'd have a gigantic Hulk dong. We know this. He'd have a gigantic Hulk dong. But magically, his pants just stretch and cover up that Hulk dong, but we don't see a bulge, mind you. Does it, PB&J? Where are you? What are you talking about, Jan? Hi, Catherine. So what I'm saying is, there's a big conspiracy of hiding dongs from us and fantastical things. Exactly, Starcat. What is the fabric of his pants? If I became Hulk size right now, I am La Flagrante at the end of it. I am just out in the wind. Cockstream, pretty much. I'm really going off the rails, Jan. You guys thought I was weird before. Just give it a few months. This is only going to escalate, everybody. This is only going to escalate. Escalate. Oh, that's nice, Starkid. Do they have illusion spells and mask sounds and spells? I bet the elves do. I mean, if we're talking about elves. We know that exists in the Marvel universe. Oh god, Vietnamese coffee is so good. Oh. Alright, it's okay, Starcam. Summer breeze makes me feel good. Ugh. Lyric truck. I mean, you think I actually know the words of that song? I just know a line that got stuck in my head. Are unicorn horns like the males? No. Nope. I'd bet money on it. Nope, Nordic, you Nordic, as the good American you are, you're still supporting us, Nordic. As the great patriotic American you are, Nordic. I did not, Starkid. I was not disappointed. Yeah. You know unicorns are in the Bible, everybody. You know that? You know unicorns are in the Bible? Yep. They are. That's one way you can argue with people who believe in the literal interpretation of the Bible. If you believe in the literal interpretation of the Bible, you also believe in giants. They did not, Catherine. You're goddamn right, Jan. We're going full right wing. Nope, Nordic, as the patriotic American you are. Fair and balanced, yep, always. Well, here's the thing, everybody. Christians are not supposed... See, that we're talking Old Testament stuff. Just like Leviticus and other things like that. Old Testament is not the teachings of Jesus. But people interpret it as so, as because people believe that the Bible is like God's word. God's like literal word. So people interpret the entirety of the Bible as essentially Christian law. There are sects of Christianity that believe that. There are others that don't. But let's just say the things that Christians seem to really believe in are in Old Testament. It's happening, Nordic. Well, that's the thing. Also, Jan, the Bible has changed over the centuries, and the books that are considered to be a part of the Bible were picked, I believe, by one of the kings of England in the 1700s. I forget when that Reformation happened. But it has changed throughout time. Mind you. We're having fun here, everybody. We like to have fun here. Listen, as you all might know, is I've dabbled in theology a bit because it's actually quite interesting. Let's just say I enjoy learning about theology. I mean, that's what happened. That's literally what happened, Jan, because they were afraid that people weren't going to go to church as much because they were speaking Latin. It really is, Harper. Okay, Starcat. Random historical paint fact. All right. I'll give you one. This one's going to be short and sweet, though. Hold on, I'm drinking my water first. Oh! Okay. Your random historical paint fact for today, keeping it short and sweet. It was literally illegal to mix pigment in a lot of areas in France and Italy during the Renaissance. It was an actual law that they were not allowed to mix pigments. So how do they achieve colors that they didn't have? This is where glazing really advanced. Glazing and layering over stuff so that they didn't mix the pigments, they layered them over each other to achieve different colors. There you go. That's a random historical paint fact. So it's like how Jan operates on a day-to-day basis. Have you, Nordic? Watch it, mister. Listen, Jan, I had to take that cheap shot. I've never read the Bible all the way through. I didn't even read that much of the Bible, but I have, like, I had to take multiple theology classes in college, and I've dabbled a lot in, like, Christian apologetics and, like, YouTube and shit. Jesus Christ, Nordic. And you call me a nerd? I thought you were going to say that they just stepped over the nearest border. No. Nope, Harper, that wasn't really a thing. Summer breeze. Do you think you have a right to call me nerdy ever, Nordic? You're a nerd watching a nerd. Oh my god. Nordic, do you think you have the right to call me a nerd anymore? Bible girl. Bible girl. Bible girl.
Fuck.
Well, all you have to do, PB&J, is get cursed by the right witch, okay? And then you'll have never-ending ones. You heard me, Bible girl. And that's a girl with a U. A U and two R's. What do you mean alerts turned down? That's right. There you go. Okay. All right. Sorry. 3 U's and 2 R's. Okay. Well, so PB&J, as somebody who's been cursed over 100 times by witches on their dying breath, you have to start driving on the sidewalk a lot more. Also, look for random houses in the woods and start eating them. That's how I got mine. That's how I got my black cloud that follows me around forever. Okay, Nordic. Now you're getting personal. Well, how it happened with me, PB&J, I was walking in the woods, like anyone does, see a house and start to eat it. You just assume the house is made out of candy, of course. A quarter of the way through, I realized that it wasn't made out of candy and just made out of, like, wood, concrete, glue, asbestos, things like that. The owner arrives. They start yelling at me. And then I get in my car and they get hit by my car and in their dying breath they curse me. Yeah, plenty of lead paint. Okay? That's what happened. Okay, but there's a lot of nutrition. I thought so too. No, this was a woman. Or at least unless your dad was presenting as a female. So maybe it was your dad. Did I kill your dad? But on their dying breath, they curse me basically as the modern day Eeyore. Modern day Eeyore. Well, there you go. Well, you gotta start taking more hikes, PBJ. God damn it, keep on whacking my mic. And just, you know, my recommendation is drive on sidewalks. You'll hit a lot of, you'll be surprised with how many people you can you hit with your car that can perform curses. You'd be surprised. Summer breeze makes me feel good. Who's that, Nordic? Who could you possibly want to curse? Okay. I approve. I approve. Get to work. Get to work. Yeah, what do we do? Why are we waiting? Makes me feel good. Good. Good, Nordic. Good. Oh my God! Stoic Boutte.
Fire the nuclear weapon.
Oh my God! Hooray! Hi, Jess. Hi, Dia. Welcome in, Blackett. Have fun, TDS. Nice to see you again. Welcome in, everybody. We are painting the world's God Emperor. We are painting the world's God Emperor, everybody. Welcome in. Jess, how was your stream? Post your links. Mason the Mischievous, welcome in. How you doing, Mitty Mew? As you guys can all see. Oh, there we go. There we go. Got that set up over here. Claustrophobia. What the fuck is claustrophobia? Oh, she had to take a shit? Okay. Thank you for letting me know, Blackhead. What are you talking? Dia, this is our God Emperor. This is our God Emperor. Muad'Dib. Is it? Is that what Muad'Dib is? I've heard of Muad'Dib before. What are you talking about? Everybody, this is everybody's God Emperor. Okay. All right. Thank you for the follow, Charlie Bukowski. All right. Make sure you send your thoughts and prayers to them daily. You can try and go more straight on. Make sure you send your thoughts and prayers daily. Oh my God, Dia! No worries, TM. Have fun. Dia, how could you? Are you not sending your thoughts and prayers?
Badly.
Whack it! Dia, are you not sending your nightly thoughts and prayers? Are you just ignoring the executive order to do so? Democracy, true armpit. Oh my God, Dia. No, the eyes have never been more healthy, Charlie Bukowski. The eyes have never been more healthy. Okay? And frankly, we might need to prosecute you for asserting otherwise. No worries, Blackett. Dia, why are you speaking? Why are you like? We can't wish for things to happen that are impossible, Dia. Come on, Dia. We can't wish for impossible things. That just doesn't make sense. I mean, it's you know, if you can't suppress the, I mean, like, what? We're gonna stop suppressing voters now, Dia? We're gonna stop suppressing voters and disenfranchise people? What are you talking about, Dia? What are you talking about? You're crazy. You're crazy, Dia. We're not gonna send bomb threats to multiple swing states. Come on, Dia. Come on. You're gonna tell us we're gonna stop doing that? That is true. Thank you, Chappie. You're going to tell me we're not going to send bomb threats and bring in the National Guard or have right-wing militia groups in swing states to try to intimidate people? You think we're going to stop doing that? Come on. Come on. You think we're going to listen to the judicial branch or legislative branch? Come on. Dia, but our God Emperor doesn't want that. Our God Emperor doesn't want that, Dia. It might hurt his feelings. I don't think any left-winger boasts about our great democracy for at least like 30 years. Maybe during Obama. Maybe during Obama. Oh my God, Dia. Well, I'm just going to have to send extra thoughts and prayers on your behalf. I'm just going to have to send extra thoughts and prayers. No, I wholeheartedly disagree with that, Armpit. I don't think there's a both sides argument that is acceptable. One side literally wants to take away rights and kill people. The other side is just trying to get public health care. Is that a goose? It is not. Well, what I'm saying is, if you say there's no divide, then you're saying that there is inequality between the sides. I understand that there's a caste and billionaire system issue with the like top and bottom, but there's also a distinct left and right. But see, if there are no sides, and one side supports it, then that would mean that we would have similar beliefs, no? Like, that means we could agree on it. But we're not even talking about align perfectly with the side. We have people with the Epstein report saying that they would support Trump even if he was on video having sex with a child. No worries, Dia. I actually, well, I disagree with you. I think one side is like a nuclear weapon and the other side is a oversized dildo. Because don't get me wrong, the Democrats have been fucking up quite a bit, and they've been shitheads too. But they're nowhere near the other side. That is my opinion, though. But welcome in, everybody. We're painting with oils. We're painting our God Emperor in oils. Callaway 67, thank you for the follow. Anybody has any questions, don't hesitate to ask. I'll answer anything. I'll answer anything. There is nothing I won't answer. That was on. That why? Let's pretend we are enemies while we take all the riches. True. Summer breeze makes me feel good. The God Emperor would love it if you could work some cheap, but definitely real gold in there somewhere. That's true. That would have probably been the thing to do, Frisson, is get some like fake gold leaf and put it on here somewhere. But I kind of keep it in realism. However, I have a plan for a series of God Emperor paintings. A series of God Emperor paintings that I think everyone's just gonna love. So I started doing paper mache for props, Brizon. So here, I was working on this. It's not done yet. Of course, I got to do more layers, but paper mache for a prop. I also we got a God Emperor in Hell series. So As you can see here, I have a mannequin that I've painted red. Here, I'll try and block out the light a little bit so you can, there you go. I gotta do another layer of paint on that thing because it's a little splotchy. But I have some fun plans of doing like a Faustian Victorian play style paintings with our God Emperor. In there. Because everybody would love that, right? Obviously. The collar looks like a pair of balls. A little bit. Give it time. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get a red background. I'm gonna get a red background. Like, you know how there's like, I have a green cloth hanging up behind here. I'm gonna do red cloth. And then I'm gonna get red, orange, and yellow streamers. And I'm going to put them on box fans. I'm going to tape them to box fans so that when I turn on the box fans, they'll be like floating upwards. I'm going to put that in the background. I'm going to also have lights coming from above like that, and maybe some reflective material. And then our God Emperor is going to be shaking hands with the devil-faced red mannequin. That's probably going to be the next one. As long as I get this finished, get the mannequin in a good spot, and I get the streamers in the red background. But almost like a play, right? Like it's like they're on like the stage of a play is kind of like the feeling I want to go for. Like something you'd see in the 1800s in like in the movie Tombstone. I could do that, Amizu. Will there be murder? There will always be murder. Always. Notice I said that with vocal fry. Is Plasticia playing as Mephisto? Yeah, basically Stoic, yeah. So I created another head for Plasticia. I might do another one. This could be a background goblin type thing, right? Or background demon. But this might be the head. I gotta see how this turns out when I put it on another layer. I'm gonna add teeth that come up from the bottom jaw. And then I might add a like cheekbone, like a raised cheekbone and brow ridge. I might do that as well. But then I gotta paint it and see how I feel about it. You know what I'm saying? Mouth. Like you said. You know, because as the good patriot I am, we have to do painting supportive of our God Emperor. Right? You know, we're all patriots in here. We're all patriots. Obviously. Especially Dia. Summer breeze makes me feel good. So how have you been? I feel like we haven't seen you in a were you here on Tuesday? Or did you ditch again? Is that too... That's too long. Needs to come up like up to here maybe. That's who said. What she are you referring to? Summer breeze. I have no idea what's going on. Wait, she is Newts? Who's that? Are they German? Is that a German that I'm unaware of? I need more oleotrope. This can has really gone a lot faster than I would have liked. I've wasted a good amount too. Oh, Swedish. You know what, everybody? I kind of got to pee. And I'm probably due for a break. So let's take that break right now. Because I gotta... Who doesn't need to take a pee and poop? This is your one break. Alright, everybody? It's your one break. Government mandated. So let's take a quick 5-minute break. I'm gonna run ads during the break so you don't miss any of the high-paced painting action. So you don't miss any of the high-paced painting action, okay? So gonna run ads. I'll be back in about 5. Oh my god, we're back. Oh my god. Oh. Alright, everybody. Hold on, still not done pooping. Almost done. Almost done. Alright, we're done. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. On this episode of I'm Painting Badly. Everybody, yeah, rock your body, yeah. Back streets, back. All right. All right. Shall we continue? Back streets, back. All right. I think that shadow's stronger than that. Somewhere around there, I think. Excuse you. Excuse you. How dare you sneeze? I do see what you're saying. Yeah, I see that, Stoic. Stoic, did you see my paper? I showed you the paper mache, yeah. I'm doing a lot with paper mache. Or I'm going to be starting to do even, like, I'm going to continually be making props out of paper mache. Maybe I'll do some tiny heads like that too. Everybody, yeah, rock your body, yeah. Back streets, back. All right. Well, considering how many props I want, Stoic, and like, you know, I can't afford them. A vast majority of the props I would like to have. I gotta figure out ways to do... How can I do the things that I want to do? And paper mache is frankly one of the best options I got. What's air clay? What's air clay? Talk to me if I'm a gigantic idiot, Stoic. You know, we all know that I'm not, but just, you know, just talk to me like, you know, I'm an idiot. You know, hypothetically. Oh, is it? Okay. I think anything in moderation can be healthy, Todd. So, like, if you made your overnight oats with tons of sugar and stuff, and then that breakfast burrito is full of, like, you know... Let's just say it's, like, if it's a breakfast burrito of just bacon and sausage, then maybe not. Play that drizzle there. Do you have a link with a recipe? Do you have a link with... Like, could I spray paint it? Like, will it firm up? It does if it dries, right? So it firms up. That's fine, Todd. Oats are good for fiber. Fiber is a really good thing to eat. I'm not a cardamom boy. As a Todd, have you? I mean, I take it you've had cardamom then, but a little goes a long way with that shit. I mean, you like what you like, but if you are unaware of cardamon's flavor, try it beforehand. But I'm guessing you are. Okay. Chai tea is also has some cardamom flavor in it too. But it's not like, it's something that you need to blend. Like, I don't recommend having it as a sole flavor. Right? So, like, can you put it in the Discord, Stoic, by chance, or message me in Discord with that? Okay, all right. So what I recommend, Todd, Todd, do you want to have a cooking recommendation for this? Thank you, Stoic. Would you like a cooking tip and hint? Fry it in the pan with butter that you will add to the oats. So, just lightly toasted. Like, put them in the pan, get them warm until you can smell them. Then add butter and let them go in the butter for a little bit, and then strain that shit out. So you're not overpowering your oats with that shit constantly, and you need a fat to really get the flavor out of that shit. Because the flavor that you're tasting is oils within those spices. It's not like the dried shit. It's the oils within it. You get what I'm saying? So a fat, that's why curries have tons of like butter or like, ghee, or yogurt or something like that with a high fat content in it, because it transfers the flavor from the spices a lot better than just a liquid, a non-fat liquid. That's going to be more... you're not wrong. That's like basically what it is. Shut up, Odorous. I'm just trying to make a world a better place. Damn it. But do you get what I'm saying, Todd? Fry it in butter and then add the butter to your oats. Don't add like the full spices directly into it. That's all. Yeah, no, you just do them whole. You don't even need to crack cardamom to get the flavor out of those fucking things. Just toast them lightly in the pan, add butter to that pan, but low heat. So you don't brown the butter too much. Like a little browning of the butter will help the flavor too. And I'd say use a lighter hand on the spices than you would expect. Especially with something like cardamom. Yeah, you could brown the butter too. For a nice nutty flavor. Well, that's the flavor that brown butter gives. The best description is nutty for brown butter. If you don't believe me, do it yourself. Smell it. You mean a crank yanker? This is Richards. This is a 24 by 36 stretch canvas. I'm pushing pretty hard on it, Richards. I'm pushing pretty hard on it. I'm not going to say it's very tight or taut, but I'm also, you know, it doesn't seem exceptionally loose to me. I'll say that. I'm not going to say it's like very tight, but especially with canvases at this side, there's just no way it wouldn't bend. On some you can, odorous, but on nicer canvas or like I wouldn't do that on an oil primed canvas, odorous, straight up. But on acrylic primed, it would work better. Now this is acrylic primed I'm working on right now. No, never paint on raw canvas. And wiggling. Never paint on a raw canvas. Oh, you stretch it? Yeah, a lot of people do that. But frankly, I think that's a lot of extra work for no negligible gain. Unless, like, I would do it if I wanted to use a lead ground odorous. But outside of that, an oil primed, I do not recommend rabbit skin glue in the slightest, Richards. There are several major reasons for it, not to use rabbit skin glue. Yeah, and that's perfectly fine. I mean, that's a good enough reason to do it. But never use rabbit skin glue. So rabbit skin glue is very sensitive to humidity changes and water. So it actually expands and will stress the canvas more. It also attracts bugs. There are, frankly, modern adhesives that do a much better job than rabbit skin glue. Thank you, Stoic. It's the fact of the matter is, there are modern materials available, Richards, that will do a much better job than rabbit skin glue or hide glue. Plus, rabbit skin glue is like pricey. Do you know why they even sell rabbit skin glue in the first place still, Richards? Do you know? Because of our conservationists. So there are methodologies of conservation to use the same materials that was used originally to get it to an original form. So a lot of materials are only made for conservation efforts. Yeah, urethane is problematic. So there are pigments that are still only, like, Richards, the main reason that lead white is still made is frankly for conservation. Belgian linen is considered the finest. Belgian linen is considered the finest. Do I have evidence to suggest it is actually the best? No, but that's just kind of like an industry like consideration. It is expensive. I don't have an answer for that, Richards. I don't have an answer. I frankly would not. I would suspect that any linen that's made from flax is like from just a quality manufacturer is going to be fairly similar quality. So I don't like. I wouldn't I don't buy stuff based on name, Richards. Like if I bought stuff on name alone, I'd be using like Old Holland paint. You know? I don't even know if that's what you were implying. But point being is that if you find reputable manufacturers and then pick the one that offers you the best price would be my advice. Because there are companies that will sell you canvas just because they have Paris in the name and they use Belgian linen, and they'll charge you 5 times what another company will charge you. And I doubt that there's any actual benefit to one or the other. Remember, the art materials industry wants you dead, Richards. Reputable. The art materials industry wants you dead. Yeah, rock your body. Yeah. Back streets back. Alright. You know, I'm gonna bust out a little bit of oil so I can just get some coverage down there. I should have covered this in the last session, but I didn't. Like an asshole. Okay. For reference, with Belgian linen, Blick brand is probably one of the cheaper ones, and it's $6K for an 80. You can find 50 yard medium. Yeah, 50 yards is that's an insane amount of linen. It would be more than that for cotton for 50 yards. 84. I just bought a roll of canvas, Todd. It would be more than that for canvas. I mean, for cotton. For 50 yards? I mean, shipping on that alone would have to be like $100. Can you send the link to me, Todd? Can you post the link? Just so I can look at it. You could have, Stoic, you could upholster like 20 couches with that. But what width, Richards? 84 inches? 60, what about 84? I mean, that would make sense with Todd's number. But also, that's not a great price for Belgian linen. But 50 yards is a lot. Oh, that's true. That is a tariff number, too. Belgian linen is coming from Europe. But remember, Todd, our God Emperor has done everything right. All right, those tariffs are protecting us from the fentanyl that's coming to kill you. They're both on Prime too? Okay, on Prime makes more sense too. So I ordered linen. I don't think it's Belgian, it's Centurion, but it is linen. I got 84 inch by 6 yards or 5 yards, and it was $300. Free shipping though. Duh, Stoic. Duh. And that fentanyl is gonna come in to kill you. Don't you forget it, everybody. That fentanyl is coming to kill you. $7.80 a yard. So times 3, yeah. 350 plus 40. So $390. God damn, that's a... Is that the Sunbrella stuff, Richards, or just general canvas? And is it linen is it like a flax canvas, or is it cotton? That's cotton, right? That's cotton. Cotton duck. Interesting. So, Odorous, I'll amend it. I would get it unprimed if I could save a significant amount of money. Well, I bet, Todd, yeah. Well, it also has the name, right? They have people who will pay the premium for flax. Everybody, yeah, rock your body, yeah. I could. Richards, do you have any connections with, like, actually flax linen? They probably don't use those for covers, though. Back streets back. All right. Okay. Gotcha. No, but you know, yeah, I it's something I should investigate because it's an avenue I could save money in and have higher quality. I mean, this is a pre-stretched one I bought, but I've been wanting to do to start stretching my own canvases for a bit. You guys can't even see the area I'm painting. Son of a bitch!
Son of a bitch!
Fucker.
You're the fucker.
Fool this man!
Okay. Well, did my stream restart? And you acting a fool again? Maddie's acting the fool again, everybody. How was it? All these previewers are watching, what's it? Heated Rivalry. Is a hot show. So I found out my mom watched the first 2 episodes. She's like, yeah, I'm not too into it. She's like, I want more story instead of gay sex. And I found that to be an interesting opinion that I haven't heard.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. I told her to watch more. And she said she was going to watch episode 3 tonight. All right, Shasta likes it. Listen, my mom's the king of the perverts, okay? She was just saying that she felt like it was like stuff happening gay sex in the first 2 episodes. But not like really distinctly story building, like just like kind of environment and character building. That was her criticisms. Yeah, I'm not saying your opinion's invalid. I told her to watch more, Garg. I defended the show. I haven't even watched it and I defended it. Gosh, Mo. Time for the plot in the first episode of Pheromos. Yeah. And I think that's why that's like what sums up my mom's criticism of it. Oh, Garg, what was I going to say to you? God damn it. Garg, you still there? What was I going to tell you? There was something I was going to tell you, and I remembered earlier, and then I forgot again. No, not recipe thing. I thought it was an art thing. I think it's an art thing. I can't remember. I'll message you if I think about it again. And everybody, yeah, rock your body, yeah, back streets back around. I'm thinking I might stream tomorrow, everybody, but earlier in the day. How do we feel about that if I were to do like an earlier stream at like 2:30 or 3? Absolutely not. Because I want to watch a football game tomorrow. I'm missing football. It probably starts in like a half hour. But I got a football weekend. But I wanted to do it. I wanted to try and finish it before this weekend. Because football. Don't you make fun of my passions. I wanted to try and finish this. I don't think I'm finished. I'm kind of feeling I'm not going to finish this today. Okay. We get it all of our systems. Also, I think I'm gonna try and find a new soundbite. Everybody, be excited for that. Garg, when you're in town, we could do paper mache too. Yeah, enjoy your gay hockey show. Nope, you're gonna have to be there. Maddie, you are contractually obligated to be at every stream the entire time. Anyone who views my channel is even once is contractually obligated. Do you know how many lawsuits I have going on at one-time viewers? I have like 1,000 lawsuits going on right now because of people who just like tune into my channel and then, obviously they accept the contract. Oh my God! You son of a bitch! Oh, you can't loot from that, by the way, Maddie. You can't loot from that one. Or you might be able to. No, I don't think you can. I can't link that up. It doesn't matter. Okay, fine. They're the best lawsuits. Now, I haven't won one yet, okay? But, it's just a matter of time. Oh, this shit froze again. God damn it. Why didn't nobody tell me my palette froze again? It's like nobody's even watching the palette. Okay. Well, good. Good, Stoic. Make sure you're sending your thoughts and prayers. We know, you know, we all know our God Emperor needs them right now. If it weren't for him, the fentanyl would have already come and murdered you. If it weren't for him, fentanyl would have already came and murdered you. No, you have to do both. So then you have to do double the time. One for thoughts, one for prayers, but you have to send both. That's the law. Yeah, I'm saying is you have to put in double the time now. Time for the thoughts and time for the prayers, but you have to send them both. That is the law. And I won't hesitate to report it on the hotline. I know that. You don't think I know that? But you know that excuse doesn't work anymore. Jesus. I'm gonna have to report this, Stoic. You fucked up. You fucked up. And I'm not going to be held liable. Back streets back, alright. Sir, calm down. This is a... I will not, and I won't put on pants. My eye's much bigger than I just did it. So that brow comes down a bit more than I have. Yeah, just a glove. And one sock, Odorous. Exactly, motorist. You get it. You get it. Good. Good. And you can never run the heat or the air conditioner in your house while you're in those outfits. Okay? That's another rule. It's like One Punch Man. Nope. Stoic. You have to be la flagrante. In the nude, as they say in France. Al dente? No, la flagrante. Or flagrante? Look up in the nude in French. That's what I'm trying to say. Al Primavera. No, you're thinking of Prego. Raffle Grande? No. No, no. Dan le Beau? Booth? I think there's like a I want to say it's like a movie or like something saying like La Flagrante or something like that. And I thought it meant in the nude. This is kind of coming together a little bit. Well, how are we all feeling about this so far? Are we disturbing enough? Oh, here, I want to run by an idea. Is everybody sitting down? I had a painting idea that I was talking to my mom about and seeing how she thought about it. So I told you about that Faustian like hell painting, right? Where this skeleton is going to be shaking hands with my red mannequin with this the paper mache devil mask, right? And like with a hell background. I was thinking, it means in the beef. Oh yeah, boof is the beef. Yeah, that's right. But what I was also thinking about doing a far away where you see him from like head to toe, right? Both of them. But I was thinking about having our God Emperor's pants on the ground and him wearing a big diaper and putting stuffing in the body. How do we feel about adding that? Or is that too much with everything? What do we think about that? Rock your body right. Oh my God, we're back again. No, Richards is a good one. Or so I believe. Well, is it just putting a diaper on him and stuffing around the body that much more work already? Or is it too much? Will there be too much going on in the painting? All right, fair enough, Odorous. JAQ Richards. JAQ. No. All right, so you like the diaper idea. You like the diaper idea. Okay. Good to know. Well, I agree. All right, Stoic, would it make you want to buy the painting more? Because you are currently, you have the you currently with your reserve bid on that painting of $3 million are in the lead. Would you want to put up more money because of those changes? I get the political angle, but how did you end up as an absurdist still lifer? Because I can't afford real people to sit and paint portraits, Odorous. That's why. The fact of the matter is, if I had a partner or people who would sit for me regularly that I could paint, I would do probably more in life people work, but I have to work with what I got. So, and frankly, just doing paintings of flowers or a cup and a jar wasn't enough. Or just the skull on its own. And I find this to be very fun. I find this like kind of, well, I have a comedic, I'm a sarcastic prick. And I have a lot of like, I enjoy comedic things, and I love the Odorous. I love the absurdist nature of trying to paint something ridiculous as skillfully as possible. You get what I'm saying, Odorous? Basically. But I love the idea if like, I'm not comparing myself to like Monet or John Singer Sargent, but if John Singer's like, listen, I want to paint scenes. I can't get people, so I'm going to make do with these props, blah, 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 right? Which is my reasoning in the sense that I, can't get people here. I want to paint, but I'm just left to my own devices. And frankly, this is where my own devices lead me to. Remember, I'm a pervert. Well, I think so. I mean, it is self-inflection, right? I mean, frankly, all this is my own inflection of my feelings or thoughts, or not like this. And I'm not meaning it to sound as like artsy fartsy as that, but the fact of the matter is that I enjoy dark humor, odd stuff, and ultimately why I'm kind of like intentionally going harder now is that I don't think I should hold back on any of this shit. I just shouldn't. I didn't take it as you being critical, Odorous. I did not. I appreciate you asking the questions. If I can't explain my reasoning, then I don't have a reason to do it, Odorous. Right? And my reasoning is I have thoughts of doing this shit. Things that have held me back have been actual concern for what people think of me at times. Right? Why didn't I do the Trump stuff earlier than I talked about? Well, because I was actually concerned with like blowback. And now I realize it's just like I don't see a point in holding back on anything I do. Now, obviously, I can't paint I can't stream and paint nude stuff, right? And I would, if I could paint nude figures, I would incorporate them more into this stuff. That would be something I would probably pay a model to do. Straight up. But I also want to stream. I want to stream everything I'm doing.
These are a few of my favorite things.
When the dog bites. Ouch. When the bee stings. I'm allergic. When I'm feeling sad. Single tear. And then I don't feel so bad. Shooby dooby dooby da. So yeah, I would say another consideration, Odorous, is I am resisting doing things that make this into a job. Or to make me view this as a job. Now, I will do, I do commissions and stuff, and I've never felt that about commissions or anything like that. And I've yet with painting, because I enjoy painting just, overall. But if I would hate to just resign myself to paint what I perceive only to be what sells. Or what would sell. Because one thing that bothers me a lot online and social media is when I see people who have definitely found success with a certain style of painting and now it's all they do. And that makes me sad. And it also makes me, frankly, it kind of makes me dislike the painter at times. It makes me question why they're doing this. When that's, when that's their end game, I'll say. And that's a harsh interpretation. That is an uncharitable viewpoint of it. But there are definitely people who that's the case for. But then if I'm going to be even more charitable, then at that point, I don't really consider what they're doing to be art. Like, if your intent in creating something is just financial, And I use this very loose. I feel like you're on a very thin line of it being a pursuit of art, or if you lack the intent of expression, then I think you're in the area where it's like, I wouldn't necessarily consider it art. Possibly odorous. That's an interesting point, Goose Rune. Because you see it everywhere, right? Like, video games can be art, movies can be art, right? But do we really feel like the Super Mario Brothers movie? Now, there are elements within the Super Mario Brothers that you can consider art, but is the movie as a whole a work of art? I'm not so sure, right? By my own definitions. Would I consider Madden 2026 as a video game a work of art? I really don't think so. But would I consider like Expedition 33 or games where there's definitely creative intent? I know they had the AI shit, but I'm overlooking that in that context. But I feel that way when I look at a lot of stuff people create online. That's why, and that's really why I really dislike painting from photos. Yeah, I bet he did. I mean, I'm not aware of it, Odorous, but I do too, Odorous. I mean, you hear me use the term like philosophy a lot with painting, right? Like, why do I paint the way I do? It's because it's a philosophic difference between like paint by numbers or somebody doing hyperrealism, right? There is a philosophic difference in our intent, right? And I have philosophic problems with picking out a photo and saying, I just want to put that photo on a canvas with paint. Hi, Sean, Derek. Welcome in. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. If you hear me talking to other people, that is Twitch. I don't know. And also, Odorous, my engineering background plays a role in this too. Because I consider a lot of technical challenges as creative endeavors that you can argue are art. Right? I've had a lot of projects that I had to be creative on. And I think that's why there's significant overlap in a lot of technical endeavors and art. That people, I think, don't realize or think about. Maybe enough. But I remember getting like the good projects I got when I was working in the CNC world, where it's like, oh shit, I have a lot of like creative control on the decisions that are going on here. That made me very happy and interested. Just like with painting, right? I have so many, painting is like the parts of engineering I liked because I have so many points where I have to make there's a creative inflection point. If that makes sense. That I have to in real time just be like, this is how I want to do this. There's other ways I can do this, but this is how I chose at this exact moment to do that. Now, yes, am I up my own ass a little bit? A bit. Not denying that. Yeah, Odorous. Art and design, the war rages. There's also propaganda, which is when the message powers the image in other direction. The Grand Illusion by Styx covers how adverts are basically the weaponization of the dreams of other people. Yep, agreed. There's designed to belong even in the CEOs. And they'd rather make more people like themselves. Well, that's Elon Musk, right? No, you can ramble, Gooserum. That's like that's like exactly what Elon Musk has always strived to present himself as, like this everyman genius, right? To the point that it's completely an illusion. 3 blues and 1 yellow. You see 2 blues and 1 yellow. Sean, do you want me to tell you what colors I'm using on my palette? Cause if you think your life is a grand illusion, that is bismuth. So I have titanium white, lead white, so cold warm whites, bismuth vanadate lemon yellow. I have pyrrole red, quinacridone magenta, ultramarine blue, phthalo blue green shade. That's PB 15:3. I have burnt umber, and then I have ivory black on here because I forgot that my background was green and it was black originally. And so I put black on there, forgetting that I had the green showing up. So I have ivory black. I normally don't put ivory black on my palette. Sean, I also make all my own paints. All these paints are paints I made, and they're for sale in my shop. Badly made paints. I also make watercolors and oil pastels. You're welcome, Richards. I mean, it's you could look at it. That's why Richards, like Elon Musk, has been like platforming white supremacist bullshit for so long. He's trying to fit in with people who like him. And that's why he's such a fucking loser. So, Sean, the main reason I use pyrrole red is it is just as stable and light fast as cadmiums. It's slightly less opaque, but cadmiums are about double the price. Cadmiums are about double the price as far as the pigments. So, considering pyrroles are so light fast, and they are opaque, they're just not as opaque as cadmiums. That's why I chose them. Now, also, mind you, Sean, I'm not scared of the toxicity of cadmiums are not toxic by ingestion. For you to hurt yourself by ingesting cadmium pigments, like eating we're talking about, or like ingesting through the mouth, you would have to eat so much that it would be nearly impossible. And there's evidence for this statement. What's dangerous in all pigments is breathing in dry pigments, which is actually a risk for me, right? But I would still make cadmium pigments. If cadmiums yielded more in the process, I would make cadmium paints, and I offer a cadmium red light in my watercolors. But to me, what you gain is a slightly more opaque color, and that's it. And I can get a better price on pyrrole reds and not have as much of a concern for safety. Yeah, don't sand any pigment, because Sean, frankly, every pigment if you breathe it in is dangerous. Every single one. Now, lead white is toxic by ingestion, but I'm not 29 years or younger. So yes, there is still a risk, but there's a lot less risk if you're over 30 or over with using lead white. And lead white is straight up one of the most archival pigments you can use. So, but I will reiterate, through ingestion, very few pigments are actually toxic to you. Very few. Phthalo is not toxic. Cobalt, You would have to eat so much cobalt to feel it, and it won't kill you, mind you. Cadmiums, they just won't. Just think of them as pigments, mints for beast, not man. Oh, they're true. Well, that's the FDA study with cadmiums. They literally fed pigs like kilograms of dry pigment powder of cadmium pigments. That's what they did. And they did not find a causal link to anything like, you know, really dangerous, right? Or a commonality of like, you know, issues. They had a loose link with cancer from breathing in cadmium, from breathing in a fuckload of it. Now, obviously that's meant to mimic like years of exposure of like breathing it in. So I get it. Yeah, exactly, odorous. So that's the thing. But point being is, if you do sand your paints well ventilated, use a mask, right? I wear a mask when I make paints and expose myself to dry pigments. And that's just kind of what you got to do. But, you know, obviously don't eat your paint. We don't know long-term effects of accidental ingestion, so try and limit that. And don't do it on purpose, but, you know, a lot of these pigments you see are used in plastics. Titanium white is used in your toothpaste, everybody. Dinking my paint outer. Titanium white is in all of your toothpaste. It's also a food additive in certain foods. Yep, it's used in food too. It's used in plastics. You know, bismuth is in a ton of like concrete and plastics. Pyrrole red is Ferrari red. It's used in paint for cars a lot because it's so stable. Anything that's blue in this world pretty much has phthalo blue in it. Phthalo blue is in some toothpaste. Titanium white, any white thing you see essentially has titanium white in it, Sean. So there you go, everybody. A lot of people make up stuff about the dangers of pigments. Frankly, the most dangerous thing about oil painting is if you use solvent, and I don't use solvent. Yeah, it shouldn't, Sean. It really shouldn't, bud. Poisoners are biding their time, yeah. Phthalo, well, so are you talking about how strong the pigment is, Sean? It's OP. It's one of the best pigments available. Straight up. Phthalo blue is a lot of modern pigments are the best pigments you can use. That's why I use them. So Sean, that's why, so all my paints outside of phthalo blue, I use no filler. So, Sean, I don't know what brand you use, but almost every brand out there adds chalk. They add wax, like castor wax or beeswax, and resins and other things that cause your paints to be more transparent. The fact of the matter is phthalo blue is such an obscenely strong pigment that they could add so many fillers and it'll still dominate most colors. So out of all of my pigments, I actually add chalk to my phthalo blue when I make it, so it is more usable. But if you've used straight pyrrole red or straight titanium white, they actually match up surprisingly well to phthalo blue. But the fact of the matter is, Sean, that the companies add so much filler to all their other shit because they save a lot of money and they want you dead, that it overpowers even more. Yep, they will odorous instantly too. I should market them to incels. So Gamblin is actually a company I don't have that many issues with. Their Radiant line is bullshit. Like, I'm not a fan of buying pre-mixed paints, Sean. I always advocate for mixing your colors. But as far as a mid-range company, they're the mid-range company I would recommend. Wise. I hate Winsor Newton. I hate Winton. They're like blacklisted. Old Holland is dog shit. I hate Michael Harding now. My Mary Piro is now on my blacklist as well. Williamsburg, in my opinion, is probably the best professional line outside of the high-end like Rublev. Rublev is the company I would recommend in Williamsburg, especially if you're in the United States. But I would also just advocate for my brand because you know everything that's in it. Holbein. Okay, so I have not used the Holbein paint, Todd, but what I do know is they're incredibly overpriced. So that instantly makes me angry at them because they have a fancy name. People overpay for Japanese products, and they're not using different materials. So I don't agree with their prices. Calcium carbonate's fine, Sean. The things you got to really watch out for, and because they don't have to tell you all the additives. They don't, like, here's the thing, Sean. This is why the art industry sucks. They don't have to tell you what's in their paint. And there's a lot of issues with that. Okay? They don't have to tell you what fillers or additives are in it. In the slightest. They can lie about pigments in there even. Because there's no actual regulation on it. Okay? They can consider other pigments as additives, mind you. So, this is why in the paint I sell, I list everything that's in them. And they're all single pigment stuff. That's the only, that's how I operate. I make paint that I use, right? What about these badly made paints? Have you heard of these? Have you heard of this guy? I have heard of this guy. I hear he's a bit of a prick, but I heard he makes great paint, Richards. But Sean, I got into it because I hated the paint industry so much. Don't even get me started on like mediums and shit like that. Mediums are like the biggest scam. And don't use solvents. Solvents are bullshit. As if you think your life is a grand illusion. Great paint, lousy businesses, but in your favor. I'd much rather be that than bad paint and a great businessman. I hate Daniel Smith's. Actually, Daniel Smith is not a company I'd ever recommend. Oh yeah, Sean, that's like almost all of them. Unfortunately, Sean, I not to be like a doomer on all this shit, but there have only been a couple instances I've seen of paint companies do stuff for the good of the industry, and I'll support those companies. But every single one else is trying to nickel and dime you to the highest degree possible. To the point that I think you should not even consider supporting them in any single way financially. Mind you. Fuck Daniel Smith. Thank you, Drez. Yeah, Todd, I mean, if for a cheaper brand, I would recommend going for Gamblin. Yeah. Winsor Newton's just a bad company, Sean. Basically odorous. Yeah, Daniel Smith sucks. I forgot to mention them yesterday when we were talking, Drez. Daniel Smith use a lot of like bad oils. They offer too many colors. They're a bunch of that, like, let's make as many colors as possible so people will just like, oh, I like this color, I'll buy it and never use it. They do a lot of that bullshit. And they skimp on shit. They skimp, they skimp on everything. Yeah, it's exactly that. Sean, they have like 248 or 250 watercolors that they offer. But that's on I consider the ethics of that, right? So Todd, like here with Gamblin', are you Sean, are you familiar with the Radiant colors? Oh, they discontinued it. Good to hear. Fuck them. I'll tell you the issue. Well, so they have a Radiant line, okay? And they offer like good. 7 colors is good. My main palette is 8 colors. My main palette is 8 colors. The Radiant line, so they'll sell titanium white and quinacridone magenta mixed together in different ratios, and they'll make 3 different colors with it. And they'll call it, Radiant Magenta. They'll call it Opera Pink. They'll call it, Scarlett Johansson's Butthole. Who gives a like? They'll call it whatever. And it's just the same 2 pigments that they use for multiple colors. They'll sell cadmium-free, colors that are just hues. But they don't want you to they don't want you to think about that it's just a mixture of paints that they already sell. And to me, that's unethical and despicable. Raw ochre violet. Yeah, exactly, Shasta. Shasta gets it. Cheap paint is a different thing, right, Sean? But here's the thing, right? If I'm trying to make paintings to sell, I have to make sure that my colors are light fast, that I'm using the right mediums, right? I'm using the right oils to make sure that painting or my creation has as much integrity as I can possibly do with the means that I have. I'm not familiar with Primatech. Can we vape the paint? You cannot, Todd. Please don't vape the paint. That'd be like the worst thing you could do. Raw umber violet. There is one. I know exactly what you're talking about, Shasta. Pigment brown 7 and pigment violet 19. Oh, so it's not even. So Shasta, you know that there's single pigment that are considered violet. Natural Pigments has a few of them. It's just like an umber or ochre that leans. It's like, like a desaturated red. Probably a huge manganese content. Good to know. Good to know. Oh, that's awful. Everyone just searching for a goddamn gimmick. Yeah, so then they're even just using the synthetic ultramarine. Yeah, fuck that. Fuck them. Of course it does, yeah. Remember, everybody, the paint industry wants you dead. That's why you should use badly made paints. Badly made radiant paints? Nope. Those aren't anywhere. I've had a lot of R&D members die from that, so I don't think they're anywhere close. I've lost 4,700 R&D members from the radium investigation. And I am not compensating their deaths. Capitalism. Yeah, coincidentally, Odorous. Coincidentally, that's on the way. I can't tell you where we sourced it. What can I say? Well, Sean, I do hope you're doing your government mandated thoughts and prayers every night, okay? We have to respect our God Emperor. Sean. Sean, don't make me catch you lacking. Dios mío. Don't make me catch you lacking. Remember, everybody has to do their government-mandated thoughts and prayers before and after every meal and before they go to sleep, when they wake up, and before every time they brush their teeth. Yep, it's government-mandated thoughts and prayers for our God Emperor, specifically for our God Emperor. And just know that Palantir will be listening. Remember, everybody, Palantir will be listening, even you Canadians. Palantir is listening. You're gonna have to start, Sean. I don't make the rules. I just, I'm only taking orders, Sean. I'm only taking orders. Okay? But Sean, if you like this, I got a lot more planned. I do like my evil banality. Yeah, that's true. I do too, Sean. That's why I'm doing this. I am so nervous about the future, about all this bullshit, that I'm going to try and do things that I think will actually help. Outside of advocating and shaming all these fucks who are fine with this bullshit, I'm doing the ways I see fit, too. Because they're all fucking evil. They're just straight up evil. Boop, boop, do 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 do, boo do do. So yeah, if you're for this type of painting, I got several more in the pipeline. Got several more in the pipeline, everybody. As you know, as I've been talking about. He is, but I don't think his followers are. So anything to make him feel more like jagoffs. I'm in favor of trying. Because anyone who supports him should be shamed. Straight up. We have to start actively socially pressuring them even more. And shaming them even more than we are. No shit, 2 more shot in Portland. By ice, odorous. And are they dead? will. Border Patrol? No worries. Yeah, don't, yeah. That's fucking great. Well. I hope Minnesota goes whole hog and gets that fucker in jail. Yeah, I think the humanist people in the... Oh, obviously, right, Sean? We have to support hatred for people who have no control where they're from or where they're born into. It's the only rational thing we can do. Everybody. Remember, we have to hate. We have to hate people who look different than us, who are from different areas. We have to hate them, everybody. Because that's what God would want. That's what God would want, everybody. Cause if you think your life is a grand illusion. Oh God, I hate everything. God, isn't everything the worst, everybody? Yeah, exactly, Odorous. God, isn't everything just the worst? I am Nordic. And you weren't supposed to leave. That's a demerit. That is a demerit. Oh my God. 300 to 400 more demerits and you might get in trouble, Nordic. So watch out. And the work is not done yet. If you think your life is... It shall be, but I'm not going to forget who did this shit. You know, let's just destroy the environment for our kids and grandkids. Let's, you know, because fuck them, right? Oh my God, that's 5 demerits, Nordic. That was at Oxford. That's 5 demerits, Nordic. I can't believe you'd come in here and say that. Yeah, I agree, Sean. I have too. I mean, there are plenty of people I don't want to talk to anymore because of like politics and their shitty views. They probably think the same way about me too. Grand illusion. Do, 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 do. Well. Shooby-dooby-da. Ba-boo-doo-doo. Oh, watch me and my Grinch grin. Bible girl, bitch. Oh my God. You Bible girls. At least I have a way to fight back against your insults. At least I finally have a way. I had to say goodbye to a friend quite recently. Jesus Christ, yeah, Nordic. It sucks when you find out about that shit. Alright, that's pretty cool, Sean. You have to eat that in one sitting now. Exactly, right? Like, how could anybody see that shit in Minnesota and think that was the right thing to do? Like, you know that fucker Asmongold, that piece of shit, on like YouTube? He's become a right-wing shill. He was always like edgelordy bullshit, but he was a game streamer. He said that shit was justified yesterday, literally like right after it happened. Like, not that I watched him, I saw a clip of him on like my politics channel. I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like, are you listening to yourself? Like, is that the world you want to operate in? He really does, Todd. He's a terrible fucking human being. Yeah, Asmongold's such a piece of shit. Seriously, completely agree, Jedi. Yeah, Tim Pool's closing down shop because that contract got canceled, yo. But yeah, a lot of them are Russian shills, or they are just like, they are only doing it because it's a job to them. Benny Johnson, I believe. There's Candace Owens. Like, they don't look at it as like them destroying the world. They look at it as like, this is me being charitable, mind you. This is the most charitable I could be with those fuckers. They are just extremely nihilistic and are only considering it a job. Crowder as well, Steven Crowder. A lot of them don't believe in the shit they fucking say. Now, that is me being charitable. There are fuckers who I do think truly believe what they say. Like, I think Jordan Peterson smells his own farts and believes what he says. But God, am I just sick and tired of all this, like, nihilistic bullshit. If you think your life is a grand illusion. Do-do-do-do-do. Boop, doo, doo, doo. Existence is suffering. Existence is suffering through the bullshit of Republicans. And Greenback. Can't forget about him. Resistance is futile. It seems that way. A lot of them feel so deeply invested they don't see a way out of it. But that's why it's so much more evil, Richards. Is because a lot of these people know what they're doing is not good for society. But they sit there with a straight face and say that, like, that woman's a domestic terrorist. Not at all, Nordic. I mean, they're calling that woman a domestic terrorist, Nordic. They are not, right? That's the thing. They literally live in a world that, they're all sociopaths. Mind you, they are all sociopaths, okay? Who only care about their bottom line. That's like the straight up, why I use the term nihilistic. Because they are only in it for the advancements of themselves and their interests and not for society. Well, it's exactly that, Richards, right? Which one is that, Odorous? Who are you referring to? Yeah, no, it's insane, Nordic. Oh, Tucker Carlson said something yesterday too. He literally said, I saw this today, that since gay marriage was not legal in Venezuela, that the gay deep state was he literally said this. The gay deep state was trying to bring gay marriage to Venezuela. And his wife is the heiress, I believe. Or no, he is an heir to the Swanson fortune or something. Those shitty TV dinners or whatever. Or food. So we all have to go against the gay deep state, everybody. The gay deep state is going to destroy us all. There's no stopping it. But we have to resist. How will I ever get my hair done? Listen, we all have to make sacrifices. All right? The gay deep state must be stopped. At all costs. Oh my God, we have one in our midst? Oh my God, Nordic. Listen, everybody, Nordic's an operative for the gay deep state. I mean, they all are, Richard. It's like, that's the thing. All of them are like self-loathing gay people. Have you heard about the grinder crashes at like Turning Point USA events and like Republican national conventions? God. Fuck them. No, don't listen to Nordic. Don't listen. Don't let Nordic turn you gay. Oh my God, Nordic. The gay stop. Oh yeah. Oh my God. Who knew the gay deep state had this much power? Who would have thought? The gay deep state. Why is my forearm suddenly hurting? All I know is when Biden was in, I felt way more cute than I do now. Very true, Richards. That was because the only thing they believe in is trying to appear chill. Well, yeah, I mean, and financial benefits or their bottom line or their own, you know, what they deem is right. But none of them are really doing what they think is right. They're just doing what benefits them. I'd actually argue that the only one who's doing what they think is right is Stephen Miller, and that's how much of a maniac that man is. Oh my God! Don't listen to Nordic. Nordic, you're piling on the demerits right now. I can't believe we've had a gay deep stater this entire time. I can't believe it. All this time, Nordic. All this time. Anti-woke, center-right, grifter space you're talking about is... Yeah, I agree. Well, it's like when we talked about Musk earlier, right? They are just trying to literally seem cool to a group of fucking losers or bots, right? That's true, I did, Nordic. I should have known once I gave you that name that the truth was going to reveal itself. Bible girl. That's true. With bottomless mimosas, too. Could you ever, like... How could you say... Now, he didn't use the words gay deep state, but he literally accused us of going to Venezuela to bring them gay marriage. Hi, Sashi. Well, that's the amazing thing, right? Like, it's like, you know, we've probably all had similar thoughts. Like, how could Hitler actually get into power? And now you can see it. It's by fucking loser, like, loser men. Just fucking losers. Fucking Nazis. That's why everybody, I'm starting my look max, I'm starting to do my look max arc, okay? That's coming up, everybody. Yeah, it does, right? And that's why we all have to look max, all right, Sean? Nordic, Sashi, Odorous, Richards. We all have to start look maxing. That's the future, everybody. I just learned about this like last week too. Look maxing, yeah. That's where we have to maximize how good we look, okay? And we have to take drugs and stuff like that to hollow out our cheeks. We have to get a lot of plastic surgery. I think a lot of it stems from that, Sean. Another failure of men too. No, Sashi, you gotta figure it out. You gotta figure it out. All right, we have mandatory look maxing, okay? We have to inject Botox and like the stuff that burns away fat. We'll have to take meth to keep us skinny. Nope, it has to be you, Sashi. Well, because it's just, I mean, ego is a hell of a thing. Fair enough, Sashi. Well, Sean, after the cheesecake, you could start look maxing. Cheesecake maxing. The gravy seals, yeah. I have seen that bullshit. Well, did you hear how they've been, because thankfully they're having problems getting new people in ice, that they've been lowering their standards, like on fitness standards. So literally, like they had like a 450-pound like ice member who couldn't do any of the physical requirements. But I bet you he has a Punisher tattoo, everybody. I bet you he has a Punisher tattoo. Oh yeah, we all have to get Punisher tattoos, okay, everybody? We all have to do that, all right? That's mandatory. Because that's super cool. We're all going to get Punisher tattoos. Right, Odorous? Oh my god. But frankly, he'd probably be the one to shoot too quick. Well, granted, they all just want to shoot people, so I guess that doesn't even matter in that argument. Yeah, true Nordic. Wow, you had enough room for a thin blue line? Three color, I would pick, plus titanium white. So I've already done this math, Sean. The best palette for titanium white would be bismuth lemon yellow. You could argue between pyro red or quinacridone magenta, and then phthalo blue green shade. That is the widest 4-color palette that you can have. Neutral is not needed for that palette either. But if you had the widest range of colors available to you in a 4-color palette, it would be lemon yellow, like bismuth lemon yellow, titanium white, phthalo blue green shade, and either quinacridone magenta or pyrrole red. I would probably do pyrrole red though over quinacridone magenta. Well, you have the yellow and you have the red still. So, like, you know, you'd make that's why you do pyrrole red, because pyrrole red gets you more oranges. It weakens your purples, but you have greens covered, you have reds, you have oranges covered, you have pinks covered because you have titanium white. Your weakest color in that combo is purple. If you wanted purples, then you would switch it to quinacridone magenta. But quinacridone magenta and lemon yellow can make an okay red, Sean. I could even demonstrate it for you if you want. I have eaten today, pickles. I'm still working on my chonko, but today's the last day of it. And my cucumbers. Yeah, seriously, Richards. It's coming. Did this freeze again? This did freeze again. God damn it. There we go. But see, you have a neutral yellow, Sean. Lemon yellow is very neutral, but you can make an orange with quinacridone magenta and lemon yellow. And remember, it's not like, Sean, painting is more about your contrast than if everything you have is like cold, right? Because quinacridone magenta plus yellow is still a warm color. You know what I mean? Yep. But ultimately, if you made me choose, in general, I'd choose the pyrrole red. Well, and that's the thing, right? What you're observing is contrast, right? So you could paint realism, Sean, with those colors, and if you maintain the proper contrast difference. So I'm not just talking about like value, I'm talking about, you know, yeah, temperature, saturation, hue, color contrast, right? If you do that correctly, it will look just as good. It will. And that's why painting can be so difficult, though. Cause if you think your life is a grand illusion. But see, the intent is not CMYK there, but I get, yeah, it is like close to it because you're using a cold blue and a neutral yellow. But there is no other reason to use any other yellow, Sean, than lemon yellow. There just isn't. You can mix any other yellow pretty much with this yellow, or get really close to it that it's negligible difference. right? So now what do you sacrifice on? Do you sacrifice on oranges and reds, or do you sacrifice on purple? Obviously, most things are orange and red when you're painting from life. So you'd want to maximize your ability to do that, and then you just pick Pyro Red or Pyro Scarlet, essentially. For naturalistic greens, well, see, that's the thing, right? You to make naturalistic greens, you just need to make mixed green, and then you desaturate it with your red, right? Well, that's the thing. You could make essentially cat orange with the lemon yellow and pyro red. You can get very close to it. I know. I always advocate for mixing, Sean. If you want to learn how I mix colors, I have several streams that I've done where I teach how to mix colors. Sean, if you go to the playlist on my channel, you'll see color mixing streams. If you want to see how I do it, it's very easy. Maybe green is the better choice for that. Okay. I just want, if you want to see how I thought about it, check it out. Sorry, and I'm not implying that you don't, by the way, but. Do 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 do. Oh fuck! Just whack the mic. Kind of thinking of calling it a day fairly soon, everybody, and finishing this up tomorrow. So you all have to, take off of work to watch the stream tomorrow. Obviously. You all have to take off work. That's true. This is true, Pickles. Yeah, it's not fully opaque, but it's like, if we're talking about a 0 to 100 range, I would say it's about 80 to 85, or cadmium is like 98. Sean? It is a notch lower of opaqueness than cadmiums, but it's still opaque. Well, Todd, as a non-optimistic Packers fan, I get their optimism. Packers are injured to shit. We had Micah Parsons and Devontae Wyatt. I would think something. I would think much differently of this game. But Bears fans can be annoying when they're good. But every team, frankly, every fan is annoying when their team's good. I do like the Packers. Todd, I mean not Todd. Sean, that's because it's acrylic. Acrylic, you can't pigment load as much as others. So I would say cadmiums are a bit stronger tinting, but bismuth is fairly strong tinting as well. And ever since I've used bismuth, it's been a no-brainer. I've used bismuth for a long time. Well, not a long time, but years. Too blue. Well, that's why this is all fucked. No wonder this looked weird to me. We'll have to fix that next session. The shoulders need to come up a little bit. I guess I can fix this now. And also, Sean, yellows are something that acrylics cheap out very readily on. Because acrylics use so much water, and that bismuth is a decently expensive paint or pigment, that you'll notice the transparency loss more in acrylics than you will in cadmiums initially. Bismuth is your best replacement, Sean. As somebody who's tested this, I've tested out benzimidazoline. I've tested out like permanent yellows. Bismuth is your best replacement. Boo you, Maddie. You like if it's not made already, you don't have to worry about toxicity with cadmiums. You straight up don't. There is relatively no difference between the toxicity of cadmium and bismuth. Bismuth is cheaper for high quality as well. Bismuth is your alternative. Straight up, like that's just it. I've tested others, or the major pigments. There's mainly benzimidazoline. There's another one like iodine or whatever. But in Hans is a bad pigment. Hansiel is a bad pigment. Boo you! There's Pyrrole Scarlet and Pyrrole Orange, Sean. So, Sean, go to my shop. I have Pyrrole Scarlet and Orange. Pyrrole Scarlet is Cad Red Light. Pyrrole Orange is like Cad Orange. I offer all three of those. I don't know what you mean by coral red because that means a lot of different things. I'm only referring to pigment names, by the way. Unfortunately, I can't help you with those types of names. Because that varies by whoever makes it and decide to call it coral. It's too dark, but we'll fix that next session. Yeah, you can check it. But point being is, Pyrrole Scarlet is the same color as Cad Red Light. Mr. Pedalord. Pidelord. Okay, I shouldn't have said it the first way. Mr. Pidelord. Welcome in. Michael Graham's not a terrible company, by the way, but they use walnut oil, which I don't like. In my opinion, there is no justifiable reason to use walnut oil in general. That's Pyrrole Red, Sean. That's Pyrrole Red. That's what I have right here. Pyrrole Red. Yeah. Like I said, it's about like 85% opaque. I didn't cover that up. That's why that, like, what's going on there? There is Pyrrole Red paint porn on YouTube. Really? So, Sean, a little trivia for you. Pyrrole Red is the same red as in Ferraris use. Ferrari Red is Pyrrole Red. A little trivia for you. Fantastic. Hans is a bad pigment, yeah. Not stable. Pyrrole Red is literally one of the most light, fast, and stable pigments you can find. That's also why I use it. Cadmiums are very stable. I think they have some sulfur issues, but if you varnish your paintings, you don't have to worry about that. You largely don't have to worry about that. But Pyrrole Reds are literally one of the most stable pigments you can find. I believe so, Maddie. Do you mean like a member? Or do you mean just like subscribed in general? Because Amizu's been like a member. Yeah, Amizu's the one member, yeah. If you're painting in oils, which one is PY43, Sean? Which one is that? I'm not fully there on all my pigment numbers. I know them by name better. Did I miss something, Maddie? Or was that like a thing I offered at some point? Oh. Alright, fair enough. Why'd you want to give them oily points? I think Omizu has a bunch. I probably missed some oily points for him too at some point. I'm not against it. Gotcha. Well, you know Mars, like, you know the Mars colors are basically synthetic ochres. They're iron oxide based. Fair enough, Maddie, you son of a bitch. There you go, yeah, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, I just, you know, once I use the lemon yellow, the bismuth, so like, Sean, if I wasn't using bismuth lemon yellow, I'd be using cadmium lemon yellow. I have found no sufficient reason to use any other yellow. I just haven't. If there was a cheaper lemon yellow, I'd probably use that, but benzimidazolone is more transparent, and it has a couple issues, I believe. Like I said, there's a couple other yellows. There's like the old lead ones, like lead tin lemon yellow and cadmium, or not, Naples lemon yellow. But there's no reason to use those over cadmiums or bismuth. So once again, I am just a big proponent of just using the palette that allows you to mix the most and going from there. I always advocate for that. I have also said that the lemon yellow is the best color on my palette. Because yellow is pretty much in realism painting, yellow is pretty much a part of every single thing. There's very few situations that it's not a part of. Should we call it for today, everybody? Should we call it for today? Finish this up tomorrow? Oh my god, Odorous. Let's do that. Let's do that.
Son of a bitch!
So, alright, I plan to paint tomorrow, everybody. And I plan to start earlier than normal. Attendance is mandatory. Hey, Sean, nice to meet you. Feel free to, don't feel like asking questions is ever a problem. I'm happy to answer any question. And you can answer them anytime you want. Alright, my plan as of right now is to start earlier tomorrow to try and finish this bad boy up. I think we shall. We will. I kind of can. I didn't have my headphones around in an easy place, so I need to find those. But I think I could get this done in less than 4 hours. Thank you, Sashi. I appreciate it. So I'd like to get this finished, and then, we'll start on the, we'll call it the Faustian bargain. I might have to sell my soul to get the setup I want, everybody, but I might have to do it. Remember, everybody, my soul is for sale. He's got horn. I do. Remember, my soul is always for sale. Richards, you have a good one, bud. Let's just kill it up. We'll figure out who we're gonna raid. We also have to do, you know, what you're all here for. Not play. Why is that taking so long? Did that play, Maddie? Did I miss the fart noise? I couldn't hear it. Did that play for you? You heard it? Okay. Mizu, you too. Alright, good. Well, no, I'm constantly farting. Why do you think I play the thunder and lightning, Maddie? It's to cover up my farts. I am in a constant state of farting. Constant. I did add more farts. Thank you, Maddie. Kind of juicy. Always is. What are you doing if you don't have juicy farts? All right. Yeah. All right. Now, what everybody is here for. Time to wipe that D live and uncensored. It's happening live and uncensored. You all have to watch this. You all have to watch this. Very true, Maddie. Very true. Oh, God. All right, it's not as cold as usual. That's good, because it warmed up. Oh, God. But it burns. It burns even more. Oh, my God. My God. Woo! It's a slow burn, but burning. God. Oh, it's cold. It's a hot cold. It's like icy hot. I need this, Richard. Richard, you're sick. I need complete silence. Or else this doesn't work for me. All right. Let's find somebody right. Oh, let me take a picture. Don't you want somebody to love? Richard, you sick fuck. Alright, we'll post the whip in the announcements. Water poop's on? Good. Let's see who's on. Water poop is an option. He is the first one to loot my body. Oh, I'm So Silly is on, though. She's rated me... She's rated me before, and I do kind of want to return that. Be It Easel's on. Ches. Got a lot of options. Renzella. Egbert. Water poop. Yeah, he's. Let me. I want to raid. I do want to raid I'm So Silly. She raided me recently, and I'd like to return that favor. But Renzel is always an option. All right, we're gonna raid I'm So Silly. They're doing pencil stuff. Make sure you raid and pillage everybody. Take their resources. And Greenbag, I'll see you in hell. Probably early start tomorrow, everybody. What would change that? If I felt like shit or some other like emergency that I need to take care of. Tucker, you're the fucker. If anybody needs anything, message me on Discord. Shasta, you have a wonderful night. Boo, Maddie. Yeah. Sumo starts this weekend. I will not lay off the Quaaludes. And pro sports ball too. So yeah, that's it. We're gonna head out. Fuck me, fuck you. Yep, sumo and NFL playoffs this weekend. So that will be good. Yep. All right, everybody. Bye-bye. Bye, Catherine.